Howdy, welcome to Down Home Game with Andrew. Today I want to talk about Ultima Runes of Virtue. If you followed my channel or seen my video list, you know that I'm a big fan of the Ultima series. It was one of the RPGs in my formative years. My parents knew this, so when they found out that there was a Ultimate game for the Game Boy, which was one of my favorite toys at the time, they got it for me. That's Ultima Runes of Virtue. Now, Runes of Virtue was tailored towards the Game Boy's interface and technical limitations. So instead of making it a turn-based RPG, they made it a Zelda-style action-adventure game. It's not like turn-based RPGs were impossible on the Game Boy. I mean, we had Final Fantasy Legend and later on Dragon Quest, but that's the approach Origin chose to take. And despite the fact that it was kind of a bite-sized experience of Britannia on the Game Boy, it actually has a fair amount of gameplay. I played this game all the way through for this video, and it took me about 4 hours to do so, not counting stuff that I cut out because I made some mistakes. This is also a genuine copy of Ultima Runes of Virtue. I'm playing it on a Game Boy player, which is the attachment for the Gamecube. So this is not an emulated version. And the Game Boy player is a rather nifty little attachment. Alright, well, let's take a look at it. Alright, so this is Ultima Runes of Virtue. It's published in 1991 for the Game Boy. Some nice graphics and sound for a Game Boy game here. Okay. Now, unlike a lot of other Ultima products which were outsourced, this was actually made in-house by Origin Systems under the supervision of David Shapiro. The music and art came from Amanda D. And a lot of these people worked on Ultima VI, so the visual presentation very much resembles Ultima VI The False Prophet. And these are all the familiar Ultima characters. And the song that's playing is a Game Boy version of the popular Ultima tune Stones. Just a rundown of all the characters and enemies here. Okay, we're going to go ahead and begin a new game. Alright, these are the 4 characters you can pick. It's not the avatar himself, but the four of the companions of the avatar. You got Shamino the Ranger, Dupre the Fighter, Iolo the Bard, Morai the Mage. Each of these characters has different stats. Like Shamino has no deficits or no strengths and stats, and he starts with an axe. Dupre has the rate of strength, but he is the weakest in speed and intelligence. Iolo is the fastest character, and has average intelligence, but weak strength. And then Mariah actually has the highest intelligence, but she doesn't have any deficits in strength or speed. So she's overall the strongest character. She starts with the weakest weapons, but it's not really a big deal. And also she has the unique ability to create a magic trumpet when she uses the Ankh. So we're going to go with Mariah. Just going to enter my initials. I'm going to do easy because, I don't want to try to get through this as quickly as possible. Okay, so here's the setup. The Dark Knight has stolen the Runes of Virtue, and Lord British has summoned you to recover them. So you start outside of Lord British's castle. So talk to Chuckles the Jester, who helpfully tells you don't have to do the dungeons in the order that Lord British tells you to do them in. He just gives you advice. A little telescope here, get a bird's eye view of Britannia. Okay. Sherry the mouse. Penumbra. Sometimes there's hidden stuff. I can't remember if there's hidden stuff in this tower of the castle, but got nice little graphics for a Game Boy game. It's very tile based. A lot of Nintendo's games were also tile based. Alright, so this shop is run by Nunu. Most of the characters in the Ultima games were based on employees and relatives of employees at origin. So I think Nunu is actually Gary Scott Smith, who is one of the co-authors of this game. So right now I'm starting with the dagger. Get a nice little cutscene going into the caverns. You defeat the skeleton. And then, just like in Zelda, you have hearts and stars to recharge your health and magic. Yeah, I'm not too fond of rats because they're kind of fast and it's kind of hard to kill them before they take a heart away. So, right now I don't have anything but a dagger. No armor or anything like that. Found a coin. Okay, so this doesn't actually have anything. This is not required. It's just something fun you can do. You can just watch the monsters kill each other. Looks like the trolls are going to win over the wizards. Yep. Alright. Enough of that. Like I said, I do not like rats. They're a pain in the rear end. Okay. So basically this riddle is Lady or the Tiger, and actually when I got this game I was actually reading The Lady and the Tiger as one of the short stories for school, so alright, let's do the right door. So it looks like we chose well. We get a little reward. We get a gem, which is worth 5 gold and 2 hearts. So, okay, and then these teleport arrows will teleport you 2 spaces ahead. So you have to really learn how to use them. So I'm just trying to get that gem. So I have to repeat that part of the dungeon, but stuff respawns pretty quickly in Ultima Runes of Virtue, so you can actually keep doing the Lady and Tiger puzzle as many times as you need to make money. Usually, I think you have to go like 2 rooms out to get it to respawn. So, like, you see that gold coin is respawned. Let's go ahead and go down this ladder. Snakes are take a few hits to defeat, but they're kind of slow, unlike rats. So they're not really as annoying as rats. Better find some more hearts. So we got 45, 44 gold. Okay. So you have to do this without letting the tigers out, or they'll rapidly maul you to death at this early stage of the game. So I'm going to use all these rocks to block the tigers in. Sure, and then that way I can make a few gold. Go me. Alright, a gem. Let's see if any of these other boxes are... Alright, food that restores all of your health, so that gets kind of valuable after a while. Each of those costs 15 gold in the store. So here you gotta push me, pull you. Alright, don't pick the mushrooms, good advice. Push me, pull you's heads fight with each other a lot. Alright, so now I have a throwing axe. Go ahead and equip that. Like in Link's Awakening, you can assign buttons to both the A and B button. So, alright. Okay, so there's nothing else I can do there. I do have a long-range weapon, albeit a slow and weak one. That's actually a weapon Shamino starts with. Okay. Now these mushrooms have respawned, so I can grab some healing items and some more gold. That's what I mean about the treasures respawning really easily in a dungeon. And much like in Link's Awakening, you can press both buttons at the same time to use weapons together, although it doesn't have quite the same finesse as bomb arrows in Link's Awakening. gold. You can carry a maximum of 99 gold in this game. Alright, so let's move on. Arena. So once I pick those mushrooms, those enemies are called Reapers. They take a lot of hits to kill. They can't move, but they do a lot of damage too when they hit you. At this point I don't have any armor, so that would wipe out most of my hearts if they hit me. Alright, so let's grab these gems. Now I got a lot of money, and I'm at full health. Trigger off those traps. Okay. Axe is slow and weak, but at least it allows me to hit things from a distance. So, alright, let's grab this gem. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to do a lot of this stuff over again. Alright, let's go shopping real quick. And then I'm just going to use the Ankh to go back to the castle. Alright, so I can buy leather armor for 25 gold or a bow for 60 gold. The sword for 20. The sword's a little stronger, but I think I'll go with the bow. Bow's not very strong, but it's faster than the axe. Okay, do the lady and the tiger puzzle again. Let's respond. So, okay, you can. Alright, teleport arrows out here. I remember not to do the thing that caused me to have to redo all that stuff in the first place. Now I can get in 2 hits before the Reaper fires off a shot. So we can get out of the way a lot faster. Okay, so that made things a little easier. Okay, full hearts. Okay, we're gonna go down these steps. Okay, so we gotta turn the boulders into X's into boulders. I'm just gonna push all these boulders into the niches in the wall. Okay. Shot one down. Alright, the Great Presto Changer lever. Okay. Skip over that. I don't really need a star. I haven't used anything magical yet. There's a snake. Alright, let's see what this one was. A gold piece. Like I said, I hate them rats. Ouch. I actually managed to get a rat without. Okay, so I'm gonna build the skeleton that's throwing axes at me. Alright, got another rat without having to heal up, but I got hit by a skeleton. I have to use that food pretty soon. Okay. Too many mushrooms, I'm gonna be sorry. Alright, so I'm in kind of dire straits there. And I got that bowl of food. Okay. See that just in case. Alright, so just want to pick one mushroom. Okay, I think if I pick one more mushroom, then okay. Let's creeper over there. Okay, I think if I pick one more mushroom, that should do it. Yep, there we go. Alright. I think I'm gonna use a trumpet. I'm just gonna hammer on this reaper. That's the Rune of Compassion. Alright, got one first rune down. Alright. Get a dexterity bonus, which means I move a little faster. Okay, now let's see what Lord British has to say. Alright, Cavern of Deceit, and, you know, this version of Britannia is really tiny, so that's the Cavern of Deceit right up there. I think I'm going to go ahead and get a suit of leather armor. So the rate that you lose hearts. Okay. Access in this cavern, and I'll teleport you back here. That's Honest Finn, and the Ultima VI he claims to be Lord British. Actually, I don't want the Rune of Honesty first because I want to get something important out of the south door. This is something very, very important there. Okay, always do the opposite of what Findiana says. Okay. So. Okay, barrels. Get rid of these rats while they're still trapped. Alright, slimes. Alright, so that's Kador the talking dog. Hammer lets you smash one barrel, choose carefully. I think I know which barrel I want to use to smash. Okay, be careful not to disturb these barrels. Alright, I'm going to use a hammer. Alright, trolls only, keep out. Okay. Alright, now I have to deal with all these trolls. That one apparently. Let's go after those trolls. Again, always do the opposite of what Finn tells you. So we're kind of working for the enemy here. Okay, got two different kind of keys here. That hurt key. Grab the shim. Okay. Okay, but not before I get what I came for. Which was that fireball wand. Alright, so now I've got the wand of fireballs. It's a little stronger than a bow. Kind of slow moving, but it's also a necessary item because it's needed to break down heavy duty webs. So go ahead and use the Ankh to get out of here. Now I'm going to go after the rune. Alright, so I'm building up my power here. Now the wand of fireball, it's 8 shots for 1 star. careful. Remember, X's will teleport you back to the entrance in this cavern, so... Let's see what the dog has to say. Troll can't be hurt, but this lever can help. Okay, levers makes him move horizontally and vertically. So now I've got him out of the way. Assign the bow to that A button. Okay, again, always do the opposite of what he says. Push that lever, it makes a bunch of monsters appear. Okay, you have to stay on these pressure plates where that happens. Okay. Alright. Go back and do it again? Nope. Will not be happening. Let's see if I can... Okay. Okay, there's the rune. Okay, let's go ahead and grab it. And forgetting the rune of honesty, I get an intelligence bonus, which means an extra star. It actually helps me now that I've got the wand of fireballs. Alright, Lord British says, on Verity Isle to the east, you must seek the Rune of Valor. So... get on that ship and sail off to Verity Isle. There's a castle, it's the Lyceum. We got Dr. Cat talking to his friend Tanith. You know, Tanith's a character out of Ultima VI. And this is actually one of the places where you can do a lot of grinding for supplies if you need to. For money, rather. Alright, watch out for that. Okay, got a snake here. That's Dr. Cat's shop. Got magic potions and food. Cheese, which is used like bait in The Legend of Zelda. Alright, the Cavern of Cowardice. Alright, that thing down there is a gremlin. Those are very annoying little beasts. Because they steal your food. the other hand, they give you... They're pretty weak, and they give you a gem when you defeat them, but they still steal your food. They pop out when you least expect them. Keep out. Not really an option if I want to finish this game. Okay, everyone's got ghosts. And that's one of the Reapers. Shots are kind of nasty. At least I'm at full health again. Those are wisps. Very weak, but they fire lightning bolts, so they can do a lot of damage. Pretty much come and go as they please. Go down the hole, he won't be able to come back up, so there's a hidden wall here. Okay. So... just gonna let these wizards finish each other off. Alright, thanks for the key, Dr. Cat. Okay. And that's the Black Knight. Seems to be kind of trapped where he's at. Alright, got food. Black Knight's fine where he's at. Fortunately, that wasn't a good idea, because now it's made wisps appear. Alright. Okay. That's a very important item, a very necessary item. That's the magic rope. Sorry, my nose a little itchy there. So now I've got the magic rope. Let's go ahead and magic rope lets you cross one square of water, kind of like the step ladder in Zelda. Wand of fireballs out. far I've managed to avoid dying. Got 2 bowls of food. Okay, I'm gonna trouble myself over that guy. Okay. And I died. Didn't pay enough attention to my health. Those rats got me. They are my least favorite enemies. One of them. Fast and annoying. Let's see if there's anything up here. Okay. Get some healing going on. Alright. Did, but looks like that took away all the water. Grab those coins. I'm going to need them pretty shortly. Okay, gonna use this secret door. That one's a little bit unfair. Yeah, rats. Rats. Oh, but there's that rune that I see. Okay. Got the rune of valor down. Strength, which means an extra heart. Okay, so let me do something real quick here, because steal gems out of the Lycium's storeroom. See why in just a second. Gonna leave the Lyceum. Okay, we're gonna use the magic rope to cross here. Okay, so that's plate armor. That's the second most powerful armor in the game. It cost me 75 gold, but now I can only take half damage. Alright, let's go to Selfishness. Now this one's actually skipping ahead a couple levels, but you know, like Lord British says, you know, you can go to any cavern you want. This one actually has a couple of valuable items that will make the next 2 caverns a lot easier. Those enemies are called Jaggers. Some of them are these ones are invulnerable, but some of them can be killed. It's just they'll turn into dead boulders. Alright, let's go ahead and grab that key down there. It's actually Dungeon 6, but Dungeons 4 and 5 are really brutal. Dungeon 5 especially so. Alright, have to... So, this one's no cakewalk either, but... We've got ghosts. Black Knight. Yeah, it's just using childish insults. That's what this EP does. And notice it's itching again. Spider. Alright, let's slip past here. Yeah, this is gonna suck. Steamrolled by that Jagger again. Okay. These things are exceptionally annoying. So, there's a reason why there's a magic trumpet there. It's a really easy place to get stuck. I can really get those things out of the way because they can't move far enough away from them to... Alright, so I'm going to go to... So, that's one of the pitfalls of this game, is that sometimes it's possible to get yourself in a situation where you don't have any escape. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, let's go down and get that key before that Jagger rolls that way. Trial and error gameplay in this game. Ghost can't hurt me, as I have to really conserve my strength here. There's that Black Knight again. Really funny. He's like the main bad guy of the game, but he never does anything more than throw out childish insults. Okay, so learning a lesson from last time, I'm going to mushroom before those things wake up. Okay, there are actually two paths we can take here. This path, I think, is the one of more immediate concern. Okay, gotta be careful there. Okay. It's going to be really interesting. Let's get some hearts to heal up before those rock monsters roll over the top of me. Yeah, we should get all that food. There's probably a switch somewhere that... Yeah, what have we got here? That's a very valuable item there. If I'll live long enough to get it. Sometimes those E-peeps will do stuff when you look at them. Yeah. All right. Make those walls go away. Flip the switch. Alright. Much better. I get food. Let's see. There we go. Ta-da! Alright, I've got the lightning amulets. One of the most valuable weapons in the game. Stay out of the way of those things. Go ahead and take the Ankh out of there. So that see. Still need a wand of fireballs for that. Alright, see if we can complete the Cavern of Selfishness here. So the lightning amulet is not only faster than the wand of fireballs, it's more powerful. And it costs the same amount of magic to use it. So it's actually more of an efficient enemy dispatching device than the wand of fireballs. But you still need a wand of fireballs for any heavy duty webs. Show you what else the wand of the lightning amulet can do. Alright. And it defeats the Black Knight with one hit. Sorry about that. Nose kind of gets itchy after a while. And that's a flask of oil, which is like a throwable bomb. It's a gremlin. I don't think I have anything for it to steal, though. Hammers. Use the hammer to destroy that barrel. And then I'm making a little money doing this. I need to kind of be careful, mindful of my magic power. Bow, since I don't need to be burning up all that much magic power. We have to kind of conserve it. There's a lot of trial and error to this game. Spiders need to be however need to beef up my magic power. Mushrooms. Treasure is tantalizingly close, but I already tell if I try to partake of it, it's gonna lead to grief. It's really not worth it. I'm trapped. Those things are called Splodos, are basically living bombs. Be able to do much more here. Let's see if I can. Alright, heart key. Be rather judicious in its use, so I don't think that. Alright, a magic potion. That's actually very helpful. Okay, I think I really need those hearts more than I need that. Try this way. that. Okay, that's actually a mimic. They're kind of dangerous, so... barrels. Yeah, this is going to be annoying. Put stuff. Yeah, that didn't help. I like to get in front of those things. Why is there gonna? Like it travels in a generally forward direction. It's just annoying. It's all get out trying to get around these things. I guess these are kind of inspired by creatures in an earlier game that Dr. Cat worked on. For a little bit. See if I can get him. Alright, that should be good enough. Oh, tiger. Too bad on health here, so okay. Okay. No, get out of my way. Get out of my way. No, get out of my way. No. Okay, so this is a lot of fiddling around with switches and stuff. Of course, it's not going to do any good. Clear out as much of that as I can. A lot less annoying in the end. Okay, I think I can get the rune now. I believe one of the items I have is a hammer. Alright. So, that's the rune of sacrifice, I believe. Gives me a strength and dexterity bonus. There's actually one more item you can find in here. It's the magic chalice, which slowly restores your health. Now it says go to the Cavern of Pride, but there's actually 2 more to go through before that, so go ahead and do those. Alright, let's go into this castle. This is Empath Abbey. Yes, I did know that slimes will divide when you hit them. Alright, X marks the spot. Okay, there's a little Easter egg in this castle too. If I can get Zoltan to move out of the way. Alright. Wishing well. So this is a developer's room. I guess that was Origin Systems' address back in the day. Like I said, all the characters are based on real life Origin employees and family. I think Penumbra was Manda D, if I'm not mistaken. Lubei is one of the main artists for Ultima. Denis Lubei. Sorry, my French is not all that good. I think it's Denis Lubei. Okay. Alright. So, Dr. Cat is really into origami, and I really should have sent a postcard to Dr. Cat to enter for a origami dragon, but I never did, so wonder if I asked him nicely now if he would. Okay. That's a mimic. The brown looking treasure chest are mimics. On the Game Boy, they weren't. The Game Boy are a bit better hidden, but on this screen, of course, they're easy to see. Let's get out of there. A lot of slimes here. Everything about the Cavern of Injustice is apparently designed to make you mad. There's a lot of tricks and traps in this dungeon. Let's see, I think not there. Okay, one thing I do remember is not to touch that Eep because it'll cause a whole bunch of them to spawn, and then we'll have to use the Ankh to get out here and start over again, which will be a bit frustrating. Okay, so I did get 10. Get a couple of gems out of this at least. Welcome to the diamond mine. Alright, food. I can actually infinitely respawn that. if you move 2 rooms out from a place and foods. Those are all, of course, traps, so that's sort of trap, but if you stay still, then okay, so he gives you instructions how to go through the minefield, which is immediately to the south. This is the kind of thing you're supposed to write down in your back of your Runes of Virtue instruction manual, and I think I probably did back in the day. Okay, so just gonna say heck with it. Alright, so I've got the panpipes now. Panpipes act like the trumpet, but they can be used as many times as you need. The only thing is they cost 3 stars instead of 1, like the trumpet. And for Mariah, I can always make another trumpet if I need to. So that's one of the special items. There's 2 items in this cavern. And this is... I need those trumpets. Yeah, I think. Correction. The only redeeming point to the gremlins is that they give you so much gold. Said everything in this dungeon's designed to trick you. Alright, welcome to Land Down Under. Magic potion. That's actually pretty helpful. Okay, now I gotta use these hammers in the right correct order. Alright, and you get a boomerang. Also just like Zelda. The boomerang actually isn't a bad weapon in this game. So I better eat some food. Okay, so we've done the actually got both the special items in this dungeon. So get some gold here. times over, then I can get all the food I need. Alright, just gonna make the... Alright. Each of those plates of food cost 15 gold, so really making a killing here. Alright, so now I need to find the rune. See why I went after all these when I, you know, farmed all that food. Okay. That door to the north, and that'll probably be leading me to my next destination, which is the rune. Yeah, if only I could. Naturally, all that food there is a trap. Everything about this dungeon is there to be annoying. Got rid of the last of those slimes. Not sure if that heart's a trap, but Wisp is getting rather annoying. And a gremlin, unlike in Zelda. So let's see how much food I got left. I still got 2 plates, so. Yeah, that's worth it, I guess. I think there's a alright. Pretty sure there's a gremlin here if I recall. Yep. Not today, Satan. Not today. Okay, we're gonna use the hammer to smash that barrel. And another one. And not today, Satan. Not today. Yeah, I think I have to. Apparently I don't. thing about the boomerangs, I can score multiple hits if it hits on the rebound. Okay, very nice. I've got a lot of food now. Alright, got some films. Hopefully we're getting to the end of this one. I think we are. All that food. Let's see. Might as well just... Alright, for once a pleasant surprise in this cavern. Power. No matter, I don't think I need it more in this dungeon. I think I'm close to the end of it. Okay, that EP did something. Ah, there's the Rune of Justice. All right. It's on to go back to Word British. All right, so we are moving right along here. So it says Cabinet of Pride, but there's one more before that should really clear. Those seahorses, they don't hurt you unless you hurt them, and then they shoot lightning bolts at you. Let's get that squid out of the way. Yeah, slimes. Let's go into this castle. I think this one is called Serpent's Hold. So, tunnel beneath the sea leads to the Isle of the Avatar. It's gonna... I don't think there's really too much more to this. So, we got another shop run by a sumo wrestler named Tomo. So, That chainmail armor is actually worse than the one I have. You know, I've got plate mail. Crossbow wouldn't be too bad, but I don't think I really need it at this point in the game. So, the Cavern of Dishonor. This one's kind of a beast of a cavern. So I want to do those other two first. That's not too bright of me. Okay, you got fire-breathing serpents here. So you need a lot of magic to get through. If you get caught short without magic, then it causes you a lot of problems. Hopefully I got a lot of food. Once again, you gotta be very careful. Sure if that was a net gain in magic, but was a net gain in health. Okay, so there's two paths you can choose here, left and right. So I'm going to do the path to the right first, because that's for the special item. That was nice. Okay. Let those fireballs do that squid in. Thankfully, it takes one lightning bolt to wipe out those fire-breathing sea serpents. Went on to that other dungeon first, just so I could get the lightning amulet. Okay. Another plate of food. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get those potions. So then grab that key. Have to already use one of those potions. Yeah, might as well finish it. Might as well finish off the... this in the right order, it's going to be a lot more painful. So you can't carry more than one key of the same type at a time, so... Alright, thank you, EP. It's the first time I've ever been glad to see one of those things. Bury one of my many plates of food. Yeah, I hate when that happens with that rope. This dungeon isn't as relentlessly unfair as the last dungeon was, but it's still quite brutal. It should really have been the 6th dungeon instead of the 5th one. It kind of sucks that the rats will still hit you even. Rats have a knack for hitting you no matter what. So. Alright. Healing. My redeeming point to the wisps is that they die with one hit, regardless of which weapon you're using. Alright. That didn't work out too well. I think that last mushroom will open the door. And so it did. Alright. Swamp. Alright. Oil flask. Once again, those sea serpents are relatively puny. Ouch. Time for some more food. This way. A maze of water. Used up all the food. Okay. So this is where you really need those magic potions, because if you run out of magic here after coming all this way, it's really gonna dampen your enthusiasm. Alright, plate of food. I don't want to step on an X just yet. Alright, that's a whip. It's a good weapon, except that certain enemies are invulnerable to it. Alright, let's step on this X. I'm just gonna... potions over on Verity Isle shop. Let's see how much food I got. Let's go ahead and get the ruin out of the cavern of Dishonor. Alright. So we gotta do all this again. Yeah, that whip makes things a lot easier in this cavern. Part. Tigers or rats are just as annoying as ever. Take out that sea serpent there. So I have a lot of extra oil flasks. Make sure I got enough supplies to get through the second half of this dungeon. gremlins. I couldn't quite hit him in time to keep him from stealing my food. I've got plenty of it, but still, it's very annoying. Those things relatively easy to make short work of. I have to use that lever before I can move further. Okay, let's go ahead and grab that star. The steel horse won't hurt me as long as I don't bother it. Okay. Take that, you rat. Knock out that barrel. Use the rope. Bag attacks can be used as a trap. Intends probably to use it to take out that skeleton. They do a lot of damage. So let's go ahead. Yep. Take out that skeleton. Here you have to be careful if you make those seahorses mad to find out how dangerous they really can be. What really makes these monsters a lot easier. Nasty. Nasty, nasty. Judicious with my healing. What's down here, if it's worth getting. Seahorse. Okay, so that helps a little bit. Problem is, I think if I don't kill that. All right, so we got the Rune of Honor. Let's go back to Lord British's castle. Okay, now we've got a lot of stats. Okay, now we can go to the Cavern of Pride. So we got 6 out of the 8 runes. Okay. There's the Black Knight. You'll never find the one weapon that can defeat me. I think I better stop here, though. Okay, I need a sword because the main enemies that are going in the cavern we're going into are immune to the whip. Alright, so Cavern of Pride. And those are the enemies I talked about. Those are the Cyclops. Friendly Cyclops like Layla. I mean nasty Cyclops like Polyphemus. And they do a lot of damage too. Oh, that helped. Okay, so anticipated that correctly. Still a net gain. Yeah, but I see gremlins down there. Nasty little gremlins. Gremlins are one of the banes of Britannia. There's a whip to... my magic trumpet somewhere. Right, not today, Satan. Not today. So it's getting kind of brutal here. All the skeletons there. Food, I may need to. Okay, once again, I have to use a sword. Thankfully, it only seems to take 3 strikes to. So that's the puzzle here. Switch back and forth between rocks and spider webs. Every time you do, you have to fight way past these godforsaken things. Nibble away at your hit points. Hopefully this is the last time. Hate these beasts. Leave me alone, you stupid rats. And I have to do it one more time. Lovely. Alright, I think I'm going to go ahead and nasty little beasts. Might have the courtesy to drop items for you. And I have to do it one more time. Alright, I don't have to do that again. I just have to fight past that Cyclops. I don't have to do this room again. These rats are annoying. So, I'm about out of food though. And at least I get some healing back. So, wasn't as bad as it could have been. Oh, that's not. Okay. do this. Okay, let's see what this is. Alright, more magic. At least this dungeon doesn't punish you like some of the other ones do. Trying to trick you. Alright. Okay. Puzzle solving you have to do sometimes. This game. Don't bother with that sea serpent, so we're just going to move on. This person has to say. South lies the magic sword, east lies the rune. Wants that food. Get the rune. Except I don't really want to get the rune right now. See if I can lure the Cyclops out. Okay. I think I'm gonna go do some shopping, and so I really want to get that sword before I go to get the rune, because okay. I guess I can go get that goblet. Might as well. More healing item I can use. I've got plenty of magic. Anyway, the goblet is in the cavern of Selfishness. Okay, this is one place where the whip will still be useful. These ghosts. Okay. Key. After the magic chalice. Oops, I almost forgot. These annoying little things. Swarm over. Pipe them to Alright. Sorry, I have to do this again. It's one of those points where the game kind of screws with you. Forgetting about those e-peeps. Such annoying creatures. Fortunately, they cannot be killed. Okay. We're so close to the end here. Forgetting about those things. Don't want to deal with them. Things are awful. Wish you could kill them. Grab this bag of tacks. There's no reason I need to deal with that. Magic star. One coin. Okay. One of those things again. Not really much of a treasure, but which direction to go for the chalice? Okay, I can just use okay. I think by process of elimination that means they go south. And a gremlin. Say once again, not today, Satan. Not today. Hopefully it. Okay. Yeah, I hate rats. Rats absolutely suck. There's another one of those nasty little beasts. Okay, I think this is where I'm supposed to go. Back back off, because like those gremlins drops attacks on the floor. Also kind of strong. Hopefully my whip is stronger. These spiders are annoying. Hopefully they at least gave me some health back. Man, unfortunately I can't really do anything about another spider. That's what I want, is that goblet. Only thing that can hurt those wizards is bolts from those reapers up there. Put that boulder in front of there so I have some breathing room. Okay, so now I need to do one more. Okay, alright. And I just need to get past this mimic. Okay. And one magic goblet gotten. Alright, let's go back to Lord British's castle, stock up, and then hit the trail. I don't think I'm going to go all the way to Verity Island this time. I'm just going to get what I need here. Alright. I think I should have the wherewithal to conquer the last two dungeons. Alright. Go ahead and wipe out the Black Knight here. Alright, Cavern of Pride. Use my sword again. The Cyclops do a lot of damage. So I'm gonna use my whip though to wipe out these rats and hopefully I'm dead. There we go. helpful. Should do quite nicely for reset that thing if I can. Some of those Jaggers might be killable, if I remember correctly. Food I got left. Okay, I got plenty still. Despite those thieving gremlins. Alright, so this is what the chalice does. Okay. Let's move on. Let's run with those nasty rats. Okay, let's see. Pull out my sword. Okay, careful here. We're going to do this puzzle again. Alright, so another dish of food. Okay, self-placed. Okay. One of them rock monsters there. Reminds me of a game, ironically enough, called Boulder Dash. We often had to deal with lines of enemies that would fry you instantly if they touched you. Yep, need the sword. So man, those things do horrendous damage. There's the sword, though. Ooh. Ooh. Leave those there for now. Alright, I've got the magical sword, the most powerful weapon in the game. Plenty of time to test that weapon out later. What's food? Alright, let's go get the rune. That was nice. I'm sure this is the right one. Alright, the Great Transoceanic Tunnel. So this is the right one. Note to self, don't pick mushrooms. Welcome to the chess club. Okay. Dr. Cat's Gambit. And Dr. Cat's playing with Nunu. Apparently the way I'm playing is just kill every piece, you know? Okay. That more bigger resemblance to Archon rather than the chess. So, okay, so I need to find a yin-yang symbol. So let's go ahead and grab this rune. Alright, got one more rune left, and that's going to be in the... So we got bonuses to everything. I'm maxed out on intelligence and maxed to highest level on everything else. Okay. A hunk of cheese there. We should have saved them hearts. Shouldn't I? That was a very close one. Alright, we're almost at the end of this dungeon. We're actually getting close to the end of the game itself. Ooh. That was nice. Panpipes are coming in quite handy here. Okay. So as I walk through the wall somewhere. Okay. Oh, that one's got whip. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here. Lure that spider up here. And that fills the area with its webbing. Let's see some bait here. Okay. Another little treasure. I'm not sure. I don't know what that ring does. Alright, since that's how we're gonna play it. That magic ring turned you into a troll for a short period of time. Okay, so that's another magic lever that turns boulders into teleport arrows. Yeah, might as well get that food. Alright. I think this is close to the end of this dungeon. Okay, so I need to do it one more time. Turn the boulder back, move the rock up, move it over there, and then teleport right on top of that Reaper. Alright, easy peasy. Okay. This has been a long dungeon. Rats. Alright. getting out. This dungeon's about been a dungeon in itself. Apparently indestructible. Alright, I made it through. Let's see what's in here. A cave full of... Ah, fun, a cave full of Cyclops. See if I can beat all of them. Just in case. I think that's all of them. Okay. Alright, we're on the Isle of the Avatar. Let's talk to this character here. Spell them the gargoyle. Hope they can fast track you back to one of the other islands. I think if you use a magic rope at that square in the ocean, even before you complete that dungeon, you can use it to glitch yourself all the way to the Isle of the Avatar. So, Bedlam here, move past these volcanoes, and we got a shop here. Okay, let's see how we're doing on supplies. Alright, Great Stygian Abbess. Alright, now we're in Flavor Country here. See what Bedlam has to say. Knight keeps his magic armor in the pit, so alright, we need to find the pit and wherever that is, and then so we're going to find the armor, which is the last piece of equipment that's left. Okay, that looks like a pit. gem is some kind of trap. Of course it is. Okay, let's go. Alright. So this one's gonna be kind of brutal. It's gonna be basically a no holds bar contest. Okay. A lot of tricky stuff going on here. Okay, so we're not going to open that door. We're going to collect all these treasures. Alright. And that's the magic armor. That's the most powerful armor in the game, so now ready to shoot, huh? Alright, so I got all the treasures in the game. Okay. Full of wisps. Eat some food. And even with all that food eating, I'm still good armor. So I'm zapped to death by these stupid wisps. Alright, and that's a dragon. It's an enemy we haven't really seen yet. Go ahead and dragon doesn't move, but it does. Stock up on these things because I don't have any food, so I'm going to make that magic chalice. What kind of key that dragon had. Alright, food. Okay. I got plenty of potions here. These wisps again. Okay. Still need a star key. This is getting kind of brutal here. Okay, that's the star key. If the dragon's still dead, then that means I'll have to get that heart key again. Okay. Oh. Alright. I still have to. Yeah, but I still have to get past all those wisps. This dungeon's definitely a take no prisoners kind of dungeon. Okay, anything to really steal. Sorry about that. I think I didn't think it. Steal, but. Okay, deal with that. Kind of dangerous. Oh, no. Alright, let's try this again. Hopefully I don't have to fight my way all the way back out there. Make sure I got enough food to get me through. Really want to finish this game tonight. Alright. So back to the Isle of the Avatar. Okay. It's kind of a Stygian abyss is definitely a beastly dungeon. Even with the magic armor. Let's see, hopefully. Trying to get to that ladder because that's where my final objective is at. Okay, so I need to the star key, the heart key, and then open that one door. With the magic armor, it seems like I'm losing a lot of hearts here. Okay, get rid of the dragon. Thankfully this game is really generous with that's where I got hung up last time. Good thing these wisps are so easy to kill. Probably those mushrooms will explode and my inventory is now full. Oh, got lots of wisps here. Here. Yeah, more wisps. This looks like a permanent trap. Yeah, once again. Alright, let's get some more food. Trying to finish this up tonight. Leave the Abyss for another session. I have beaten this game in the past. Alright. The last of them. Hopefully I've done this so many times at this point that I know how to do it. Alright. Dragons are actually not too hard, so... You might as well heal up. I got the chance. This is the point at which save states would be very appreciated. This became a huge pain in the butt. And this is where I screwed up the last time. Kidding me? I gotta do this again? Yeah, I think that this is I'm gonna give it one more try. I think I've had close to as much as I can take of this for one night. Getting locked into unescapable traps and having to redo whole dungeons over again. It's be a bit wearing on you. Thankfully, like I said, I know these parts pretty well now. It's just that one puzzle at the walls and wisps, so it's pretty annoying. Seemed like that armor's providing as much protection as I'd hoped it would. Wisps are rapidly becoming my least favorite enemies here. At least they give you a breather level here. Clear out my inventory there. Better eat real quick. Food, at least you're giving me breathers. Okay, this is part that I hate. Okay. Careful to stay away from those volcanoes. Alright, finally did it. 2 tries, but I did it. Okay, see what this is. Yep. One more should move that disc up where I need it to go. Okay. Not sure what that X is supposed to do. There's like an upper limit on rats. These rats. Like that, I can have at it. There's like a upper limit on rats. Crash this game. Okay, so Jagger. Zap away one of those wizards. Okay. Kind of making a little progress here. Yeah, I'm trying to parse that out. Yeah, more wisps. Another dragon. mimic. The end of nasty traps that soft lock your game. We got a lot of Cyclops. Okay. So let's equip something that shoots. Okay, that should do it. Take a few passes. Seems like this. That didn't quite work out the way I'd hoped. But did something. Alright. Okay, I think one more pass ought to do it. Or two. Alright, let's see what this does. Hopefully no ghosts, but no wisps, looks like. So I'll take that. Okay, that should do it. Can't forget about the wisps, can we? Okay, let's get out of this room. Every room in this dungeon's like a mini puzzle. This seems at least a little bit more straightforward. Just gotta dodge all the volcanoes while you find the mushrooms and the keys. That kind of challenge I can definitely deal with. Alright, I think that's the last one. Wisps didn't appear this time. Now I guess this is... Oops. Probably shouldn't have done that. Okay, so... Alright, so... Very something. Okay. I get to do this with a volcano chasing me. 2 dragons. Okay. Another dragon. Let's go ahead and destroy this dragon. Push a boulder 2 squares to the right of the arrow and push a lever. Okay. Flip that lever. If I remember correctly, we're getting close to the end of the Stygian Abyss. Wisps. Those are some fast snakes. They do a lot of damage. Alright. Okay, something tells me this is the end of the game. That's the rune. Have to find out. Just the pan pipes one more time. Yep, it's the rune. This is the rune of humility. Okay. Okay. Give well the Black Knight and return to 8 runes to virtue. Lord British summons you to his throne room to be knighted. Alright. Alright. So that was Ultima Runes of Virtue. You know, it's, despite being a Game Boy Adventure, it's had a surprising lot of teeth on it, especially near the end, especially the 5th dungeon. Okay. So, alright, well, thank you very much for watching, and we will see you next time.